on GMQC at 11. Take care.
Continue with us and watch free now on the 8+ app everywhere you stream.
Yes, Your Honor, and prior to testimony, I did speak to Ethan Rolling, and he knows not to use that. It wasn't intentional by the state's part or on his, I don't believe. I did have that same discussion again after testimony yesterday and before testimony again today. So I don't anticipate there will be any more issues, but do apologize for that coming up a couple of times yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. And Mr. Puentes, is that a fair representation?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are there any other matters to take up before we bring the jury in?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
All right. You can have your witness take the stand so he's already there before the jury comes in.
Okay.
Okay.
Analyzing evidence or in his findings. We have prepared a new version of his report labeled Exhibit 11C that took out the extra material, and by agreement of the parties, at this time we move to withdraw Exhibit 11 and substitute 11C in its place.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
All right. 11C will be admitted and 11 will be withdrawn.
May I approach the court attendant?
You may. Sir, I would remind you, you're still under oath. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we talked about your training and experience in digital forensics. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we talked about how you use that more in your prior role as a detective, but that was something you used, I think you said every day, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
As part of that, do you investigate social media accounts of individuals?
Yes.
And does that include Facebook?
It does.
And did you obtain any Facebook records as it pertains to this case?
I did.
And whose Facebook records did you obtain?
I obtained Mike Holland, Nick Seaman, and Taylor's Facebook pages.
And when you get that information, can you walk us through the steps you have to take to get someone's Facebook account, for lack of a better term?
Sure. So to get information from Facebook, generally speaking, you would submit a preservation to Facebook that's basically telling them this is the account that I intend to get legal process to obtain. This is the date period that I need that information for. And then they will preserve that information pending our legal documentation to get it. After that, I'll obtain a search warrant and then submit that to Facebook. They have their own portal where you upload that. Their legal team scrutinizes the search warrant that you obtained, and then they either determine whether or not they'll give you the information you're requesting. Once they do, they send you whatever requested information they have.
And did you follow that process as it pertains to the Facebook accounts of Taylor and also Nick Seaman?
Yes.
And can you tell us what Facebook gives you in response to a subpoena like that, just in general terms?
So it depends on what legal process you're requesting. For a subpoena, you get far less information. They'll generally give you account identifiers, maybe some IP addresses that are connected to the account. For a search warrant, they can basically give you whatever they have retained on their servers. It could be chat messages, posts, friends, any interactions, likes, pretty much anything that Facebook has that they retain, and they don't retain everything, they will provide.
Is there any way for the Facebook user to alter what Facebook would provide in response to a subpoena like that? I'm not sure if that was phrased well or not, but if you need me to clarify, let me know.
Sure. So basically, Facebook will provide what Facebook has. Speaking in terms specifically pertinent to this case, the messages is what I assume you're getting at. The messages on Facebook, essentially, the easiest way to think about it is each user has a file cabinet of messages. So when somebody sends a message, a duplicate entry is put into each person's file cabinet. When that file cabinet is basically retained on your account. So if I were to send you a Facebook message and then I say, I don't want that Facebook message on our account anymore, I can unsend that message. And there's multiple options that you can do with that. So if you unsend a message, it will normally pop up. It depends on what version of the application you're using, whether it's browser or mobile or a different version. But generally speaking, when you unsend that message, it's gone from your file cabinet. So it retains on the other recipient party's version, unless that person were to do the same thing and unsend it on their side as well. The other option is you can unsend for all parties involved, but when you do that, a pop-up remains in the conversation that says a message was unsent.
And would the if a message is unsent, would that be retained in Facebook records? In other words, would it say there was a message unsent at this date and time?
That only happens if that second option that I said takes place. So normally when you choose to unsend something, it will pop up and say either this only works for you, essentially, or would you like to unsend it for all parties involved? And if you choose to unsend it for all parties, then that message remains in the conversation and says a message has been unsent and there's a date and time stamp.
So that if that happened, there would still be a record that a message was unsent?
Yes,
On
unless the first option, so if I decided that I didn't want that message in the conversation and I unsend it, it is permanently gone from my side. And then if you chose to do the same thing, it would also be permanently gone on your side and there would be no entry on either side.
So to completely get rid of an entry or a message, let's say, it would take action on the part of both parties to completely remove it from showing up on the return for both of those parties?
Correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing Deputy Rolling, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38 and State's Exhibit 39. I'll give you a few moments to review those.
Okay.
Let's start with State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is an excerpt from the Facebook return for Nick Seaman that contains the conversation between him and Taylor.
And how are you able to determine that this was actually Nick Seaman's account?
Well, when I obtained the search warrant return, in order to get a Facebook account information, you have to provide either an account number or the URL for the account. That account number is static throughout the existence of your account, and this account number matches Nick's known account.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate copy of the return you received from Facebook when requesting that account?
As far as this printed copy,
Correct.
yes, there's some animated photos in here that obviously aren't animated when printed, but other than that, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 38.
Your Honor, may I briefly voir dire the witness on this issue?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, when Facebook provides those materials upon request or upon warrant, what have you, do they certify the records when they send them back to you?
They do.
So any packet, if you will, that you receive or a response from Facebook, that would come along with that certification, is that correct?
That's correct.
But that certification, at least with respect to that exhibit, is absent, is that right?
The certification for the entirety of the exhibit is present as far as this excerpt that's sitting in front of me. They don't do a specific, it's called a hash verification to ensure that all the data is present. I mean, this was a segment of what was verified to be the entire package from Facebook, but I don't have a hash verification for this specific exhibit.
Sure, and I guess maybe I should be more specific. So you have an excerpt or a portion of the full record, but the full record itself did include a certification, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to, with the exception, if you will, of those redactions or the portions of the exhibit that are not included, they are the same and unaltered from the state in which you received them, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I have no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 38 will be admitted.
And we'll move on to Exhibit 39 now. Actually, before we do that, did you receive a certification from Facebook regarding Mr. Seaman's Facebook records?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to 39. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is Exhibit 39?
This is essentially the same thing, but from Taylor's side. So this is a excerpt of the communications between Taylor and Nick Seaman.
And how are you able to determine that this was Taylor's account?
The same thing. There's a static account identifier number. That number was logged in on Taylor's phone when it was recovered and examined, and then that information was used to get this account information.
And what is the name associated with Taylor's Facebook account?
Taylor McKee.
And you said that was the name that was the account that was on Taylor's phone that you recovered?
Correct.
And do you know Taylor to also go by the name Taylor McKee?
Yes.
And did you receive the same certification with respect to Taylor's account that you did from Mr. Siemens.
Yes.
And except for the GIFs not being animated, is Exhibit 39 a fair and accurate copy of Taylor's Facebook records that you received from Facebook?
Yes.
This time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 39.
No objection.
Exhibit 39 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may. It just appeared on my screen.
Okay, so we're looking at State's Exhibit 38. I'm going to zoom in a little bit because I'm having a little trouble reading that. If it doesn't break our TV. There we go. And again, remind us, whose Facebook account would this be?
So this would be from Nick Siemens' side.
Okay, and I want to go over a couple things. First of all, let's start with this message, which is not particularly relevant to this investigation, but to demonstrate a couple things. This message that I'm pointing at right here, who sent this message?
So that would have been sent from Nick Seaman.
Okay, and that's because it says author Nick Seaman right above that.
Correct.
And what date was that sent?
March 1st, 2024.
And then we have what looks like a timestamp. With the abbreviation UTC after that. Wait for it to come back on. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
And what does UTC stand for?
I believe it's Universal Time Code. It's basically 0 hours. So there's an offset for the various time zones across the world, and that's the start point.
Okay, if it keeps doing that, I'll switch to the Elmo. Okay, I think I'll switch to the Elmo if the court's okay with that. So essentially, the message we were looking at would have been sent at 10:11 UTC. Is that correct?
No. So it would be,
Midnight, 12:22
correct.
UTC. You know the conversion from UTC to, I'm not sure if it'd be Central Standard or Central Daylight Time at that point, but do you know what the conversion is?
Right. So that's kind of the hiccup is depending on what time of year it is, it's either -5 or -6 hours for our local time here.
Okay, so you would subtract either 5 or 6 hours, that would give you the appropriate timestamp.
Correct.
Okay, so for this particular message, that would have been sent on April 30th, 2024, sometime 5:22 or 6:22 p.m.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. Sorry for making you do mental math on the spot.
It's early.
We'll come back to that, but I want to just ask you a general question regarding those Facebook returns. Was there anything, relevant to this information, or relative to, strike that, was there anything that was relevant to this investigation when you compared the Facebook returns from Taylor's account versus Nick's account?
Yes.
And what was that?
From Taylor's side, there was only a few messages that were received after her time of death, after law enforcement had become aware of the investigation.
I'm gonna object just to the level of speculation. There's been no time of death testified to by anyone at this point, so that at least is speculative.
Sustained.
Does it stand to reason that Taylor was not sending messages after her death?
Correct.
And the prior statement that you made, was that in reference to that?
Correct.
So going back to the original question, other than that, was there anything pertinent to the investigation when you compared the two Facebook accounts?
The messages that were received on Nick's account.
And what do you mean by that?
There was some messages that were received around the midnight hour that were of evidentiary value for the investigation.
Okay, and did those messages show up on Taylor's account as being sent?
No.
Which again, going back to your training and experience, what does that tell you with respect to what happened on Taylor's account with respect to those messages?
That they were unsent from Taylor's specific account.
Okay, and were they unsent or deleted on Nick's side of the account?
No.
Okay, Aaron, may I use the Elmo one more time? Okay, this is looking at Exhibit 38. Do you see any messages, which is Nick's account, do you see any messages on Exhibit 38 on Nick's account that didn't show up on Taylor's?
Yes.
And can you identify which message or messages you're referring to?
Yes. So this entry here is the beginning of the next message that's continued on the next page. This would be the first messages that is on both accounts. So everything above this is not present on Taylor's side.
Okay, so specifically what messages were not present on Taylor's side?
So everything from the top down, but pertinent to the investigation would be these two messages here.
And the first one you pointed out was the top one is timestamped on this document as 3/14/24 at 4:34:14 UTC.
Correct.
And what message is that?
It says, if I get killed, it was Chris.
And then the next message, what does that say below that?
It says, don't reply RN, he's nuts.
And looks like that was sent about 36 seconds after the first message you went through.
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at Exhibit 39 now, briefly. And I won't go through the whole records, but did you find those entries on Taylor's side of the Facebook return?
No.
Okay. Aaron, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Continue the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 77. Do you recognize Exhibit 77?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit 77?
These would be the certifications provided by Meta for the search warrant returns that we spoke about previously.
And Meta is the company that owns Facebook?
Correct.
And were they or was that the certificate of authenticity that you received with the records that we just went through, specifically Exhibits 38 and 39?
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate copies of the certificate that you received from Meta?
Yes.
This time the state moves to introduce Exhibit 77.
Your Honor, since they weren't shown to me first, you mind if I review them before I comment?
Of course.
No objection.
Exhibit 77 will be admitted.
Moving on from that topic, at any point in the investigation, did you investigate or look at the Chevy Impala that what the defendant was driving?
Yes.
And when did you do that?
It would have been after our interview.
On March 14th?
Yes,
And did you take photographs when you did that?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Handing Deputy Rowling what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34-1 through 34-12. Do you recognize those photographs,
I do.
and what are they?
These are the photographs that I took while executing the search warrant on the vehicle.
And are they fair and accurate copies of what you observed on that date when you executed that search warrant?
Yes.
This time the state moves to introduce the State's Exhibit 34-1 through 34-12. I believe I forgot to show them to the defense counsel again, so I will do that if court's okay with it.
Of course.
No objection to the tendered exhibits, Your Honor?
Exhibits 34-1 through 12 will be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Given the TV issues, I'll use the envelope again to keep things moving. What are we looking at in Exhibit 34-1?
That's a front, or a photograph from the front of the vehicle.
Okay, and we see the damage to it, obviously.
Yes.
Exhibit 34-2. Works when I'm not trying to make it work. And this is 34-2. What are we looking at here?
It's a photograph. I just basically started rotating around the vehicle, taking photos, so it's from the passenger side facing the vehicle.
34-3, it looks like it's from the right side of the vehicle.
Correct.
Anything of note here? I think you,
Other than the obvious front end damage.
okay. 34-4, looks like the rear right side of the vehicle.
Correct.
34-5, different angle.
Yep, from the other side.
34-6,
Same, just going around the vehicle.
34-7, looks like from the rear showing the license plate.
Correct.
And then what is 34-8 showing us?
So this is the driver's seat.
And anything of evidentiary value here?
It's a little bit difficult to see. Obviously, the airbag had been deployed in the accident. The seat belt remained locked out, showing that it was used during the accident. There's a floor mat folded over here, and once we go through the other photos, you'll see that there was some stuff under that.
Okay, and did you collect any items shown in this picture?
Yes.
What did you collect?
I cut and collected the seat belt as well as the floor mat, and then I ended up cutting out some of the carpeting under the floor mat.
At least as it pertains to the floor mat and the carpeting, what did you do with that after removing it from the vehicle?
It was sealed into evidence and then provided to Detective Grease.
Okay. And then 34-9, what is this showing us?
This is the passenger seat.
Anything of note other than just documenting?
No, not in this.
34-10, what is this showing us?
So this is the seat belt. Specifically, this is the lap belt portion that goes across the lap of an individual. And it's a little bit difficult to see here, but there is blood in this area.
Can you give us a sense for how much blood there was on that portion of the seatbelt?
It wasn't extensive. It was basically enough for us to be able to see that it was there, but it wasn't extensive enough that it was soaked all the way through or that it had spread to any other location in the vehicle.
Okay. Exhibit 34-11, what are we looking at here?
So this section right here is the flat portion on the driver's side where your left foot would generally rest, where if it were a manual vehicle, like the clutch would be over here. So there's a little bit of blood right here on that, and that's the section that I'd cut out.
Okay. And that's the section you cut out and provided to Deputy Grease or Detective Grease.
Correct.
And lastly, 34-12, what is this showing us?
This would be blood on the floor mat.
Okay. And again, the same format that you provided to Detective Grease.
Correct.
Did you take photographs of the defendant as a part of this investigation? Excuse me, let me rephrase that, because the answer to that would be no. Were you present when photographs were taken of the defendant during any portion of the investigation?
Yes.
And could you describe when that was?
It was a short while after the accident had taken place, a few days. I would have to refer specifically to my report to give you the exact date. But yes, I obtained a search warrant to take follow-up photographs of injuries.
And what's the purpose of that?
To show the progression of any potential injuries sustained by the defendant.
So this would have been a few days after the incident?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Handing Deputy Rowling what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10-1 through 10-14, and then 10-16 through 10-25. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes,
And what are they?
those are the photographs we were just speaking about.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of what you observed when you followed up a few days later and took these photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 10-1 through 10-14 and 10-16 through 10-25.
No objection, Your Honor.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so we'll start with 10-1. Can you describe what's going on in this photograph?
So this is taken in the medical area of the Scott County Jail. We have exam rooms in there. This is just an overall photograph of the defendant.
Moving on to 10-2. What is this showing us?
This is a little bit closer overall. And then I believe the next photo is going to show a more detailed depiction of what we're getting at.
So we're looking at 10-3 now. What is this showing us?
This is showing a slight bruising on the left shoulder of the defendant.
And that would have been also in 10-2. This just shows it better.
Correct.
Moving on to 10-4. What is this showing us?
Same thing, but with a little bit different lighting to emphasize the bruise as well as the scale.
Okay, so the tool in there is to show you how big the injury is.
Correct.
And it's the same injury we viewed in 10-3.
Yes.
Okay, 10-5, what is this showing us?
This would be the opposite side, the right side of the defendant. This is on his arm, just a small bruise.
And then 10-6, is that the same injury with scale?
Yes.
10-7, what is this showing us?
This is the defendant's back overall.
And 10-8, it's sideways, but can you tell us what's going on here?
This would be the defendant's left arm, the underside of the elbow area that's bruised with scaling.
And 10-9, what is this showing us?
This would be the same area, but on the right side.
(10-10), what are we seeing here?
This is an overall of the abdomen area that would be impacted by the lap belt.
Okay. And do you see bruising where a lap belt would have possibly gone over his waist?
Yes.
And where's that?
There's some over on this side, and then it's difficult to see in this exact photo, but there is some on this side going near this laceration.
10-11, what is this showing us?
This is a side profile of the left side, and it's difficult to see in this exact one, but again, there's the bruising.
10-12, what is this showing us?
This would be the laceration with scale.
And that'd be the laceration that we've seen before around the left hip area.
Yes.
10-13,
This would be over on the right side, so we've spun around, and this is a better view of the bruising on the right side.
10-14, same thing with the scale, it looks like.
Correct.
And then 10-16,
This is the back to the left side. There's slight bruising on this thigh.
Okay. 10-17.
This would be the right foot.
And was there an injury on the right foot?
There was a cut on this big toe here.
10-18
It's just a better angle.
of that right toe.
Correct.
10-19.
Same thing with scale.
10-20.
This would be the left foot.
And why did you take a picture of the left foot?
Just to compare to the right foot and show that there were no injuries.
10-21, what is this showing us?
This would be the back side of the left hand.
Anything of note on this photograph?
No.
And 10-22,
This would be the palm of the left hand.
okay, same question, anything of note on this photograph?
There was an unknown blemish on the pinky finger, but it didn't appear to be an injury that we could tell.
Now we have 10-23, what is this a photograph of?
Back side of the right hand.
10-24,
And the palm of the right hand.
and either the backside or the palm of the, I think we're looking at the right hand, you said, was there anything of note?
No.
And then lastly, for this exhibit, we have 10-25.
So this is back on the, I believe, left side of the hip. Just tried a little different lighting to emphasize the bruise.
Okay? Switching gears, I believe yesterday you stated you interviewed the defendant.
Correct.
You remember when you interviewed him?
It would have been the morning of the investigation after we left the hospital.
And I believe you stated that interview was recorded.
It was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Handing Deputy Rowland and marked State's Exhibit 45. And I believe you stated that you recorded the interview in multiple ways, is that correct?
Correct.
Was there one of those recordings that depicted the events better than the others when you reviewed those?
Yes.
And which recording was that?
That would have been my body camera.
Okay, and have you reviewed the body camera footage from that interview?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the body camera footage of the interview that's been redacted?
Yes.
And I think there's 3 different clips. Other than the redactions between those clips, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the interview that you took of the defendant on March 14th, 2024?
Yes.
And at this time, the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 45.
No objection, State's 45, Your Honor.
Exhibit 45 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
So I'm gonna call this clip 1, because it's the first sequentially. I'd like you to can you tell us the date and time that this would have started?
So our body cameras publish a date and time stamp up in the top right-hand corner of the recording. So this would have been March 14th, 2024 at 09:57 hours local time.
So that'd be 9:57 a.m.
Correct.
And I think you testified yesterday that Sergeant Hill was also in the interview room with you,
Correct.
okay?
Code or something. Would there be any chance I could get a code or something? If not, I understand.
Maybe. I don't have any back there, but I can check the machine here in a minute.
Okay, I'm pausing it for the moment at time 9:57 and 50 seconds. Probably goes without saying, But who is the individual on the left of that screen?
So on the left side of the screen, that's me.
Okay, so that'd be you right there, and then we have the defendant right there.
Correct.
Okay.
So, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name's Ethan. I'm a detective here with the Sheriff's Office. This is Greg. He's also a detective. So,
Would you be able to open this one? I can't.
obviously some stuff happened last night, and that's what we're here to figure out. Before we get started, I'm sure that you already know I gotta read your rights, so we're gonna get that out of the way. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court. You have the right to get advice in presence of an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You have the right not to answer any questions or make any statements. If you choose to answer any questions or make any statements, you have the right to stop doing so at any time. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
Alright. So, I just start off my interviews the same way every time. I'm going to just grab your information because all I know is what I was told today. So I want to make sure everything I have is right. Your name is Christopher?
Yes.
Just common spelling.
Yes.
What's your middle name?
Lee, L-E,
And what's your last name?
Behal, P as in boy, E-H-A-L,
Date of birth?
9/5/93.
Said 93.
What's your social?
478-23-5117.
5117. What's a good phone number for you?
563-340-0034.
And who's the service provider for that?
Straight talk, I believe.
Straight Talk? And what kind of phone is that?
I can-
Something or other, Android or
Yes,
Apple?
Galaxy, I'm pretty sure, Galaxy something. It's an Android phone, I'm not exactly sure what model it is.
You know how long you've had it about?
Maybe 3 years, like, I honestly couldn't tell you.
Is there any sort of passcode or anything on it?
387.
What's your address?
105. Crestview Drive. Apartment 4. Elder Drive. 52748.
About how long have you lived there?
6 months maybe.
Anybody live with you?
My girlfriend. But you guys already know that.
Well, like I said, I run through the same stuff with everybody.
I know.
So. What's your girlfriend's name?
Taylor S. Contreras.
Can you spell her last name for me?
ESCONTRIAS, I believe.
What's your middle name?
Lee, same spelling as mine.
Your birthday?
9992.
Do you know her phone number?
No.
Do you have any vehicles?
Not that I own.
Do you have any vehicles you drive?
20
Who's that belong to?
My dad,
What's his name?
David.
Behal.
Yeah.
Where does he live at?
5 Garfield Court. Davenport. 52804.
Do you know his phone number?
566.
I've got your dad. Is your mom local here?
Lives with my mom. Or lives with my dad.
What's your mom's name?
Teresa, Teresa.
Do you know her phone number?
I want to say 5.
Okay. Do you know Taylor's parents?
No, not really.
You've never met them? Or?
I mean, like, I know, like, it's Lisa Rosenberg. I have no idea where she's in Florida somewhere. I have no idea what her phone number is.
Okay.
I have no idea who her dad is. Some guy named Mike or Mark or something. I've never met him.
All right, so next questions I ask because you're technically in my care right now.
I'm going to pause it there for a moment. For the record, it's pause at timestamp 10:04 and 58 seconds a.m. Yesterday you talked about going through demographic information with people you interviewed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And can you remind us what the purpose of that is?
It's to compare known information versus what's provided by the suspect.
And do you do that for any other purposes as well?
It's to gauge the cognitive ability of the individual I'm speaking with, whether they can recall information that should be easy to recall, and provide me accurate information.
And up to this point of the interview, is that essentially what you've been doing, is asking those demographic type questions?
Yes.
And did you have any reason at this point to question whether the defendant was understanding or comprehending the questions you were asking?
No.
And regarding the phone passcode that the defendant gave you, were you able to confirm whether that was a correct passcode or not?
It was not.
Okay. Continuing on.
But if something happens to you now, I want to have an understanding of kind of what's going on with you so that if medics come down, I can give them that information. Do you have any medical conditions or anything?
Acid reflux. Anxiety, depression.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right. What's your highest level of education?
High school graduate.
Where'd you go?
Then during high school.
Have you had any alcohol in the last 24 hours?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how much?
Not really.
How are you feeling right now in terms of sobriety?
Pretty lucid.
I'm going to pause it there again. For the record, 10:06 and 13 seconds a.m. What was the defendant's response when you asked him how he felt at this time?
Pretty lucid.
Okay, continuing.
Would it be like a normal amount of alcohol for you? Do you drink a lot? Do you just drink socially? A lot. Okay. Like, are you starting to have a withdrawal sitting here, or?
There's a chance. I can't tell you yes or no.
Okay.
I do have a history of withdrawal seizures.
Do you remember when the last time you had a drink was?
8 o'clock last night, maybe. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Do you remember what it was?
Vodka.
You're on any drugs, so that's any prescriptions for any of the stuff that we talked about, or any narcotics? Omeprazole.
I'm supposed to be on sertraline for anxiety and depression, but I haven't been taking it.
But you're on the omeprazole?
So. Yes, I'm taking it daily.
What's the other one?
Sertraline.
Do you know how to spell that?
SERTRALINE.
You said that's for anxiety and depression.
Yeah.
How about sleep? Have you slept at all?
No,
Okay.
other than in the hospital, not maybe more than an hour in the last 3 days.
Is that pretty normal for you to not sleep?
We were coming off a pretty long bender. So it is normal when I'm coming off of a bender like that to not be able to sleep for like the next 3 or 4 days. But like on a regular basis, it's not normal.
Are you working anywhere?
No.
So everybody's got a different definition of bender. Is yours just alcohol, or is it alcohol and something? Okay. Is Taylor working anywhere? So you said you guys were just coming off a bender. How long have you been on that? Or I
It
guess
was
when
like
did
a
it
week
start?
and then we were off for like 2 or 3 days and then we drank last night.
Were you both drinking vodka?
Yes.
Does Taylor have a car? So, when's the last time you remember sleeping like a substantial amount? Like an actual restful?
I don't remember.
Okay. Out before the hospital, when's the last time you remember sleeping?
One of them on the bender.
Okay.
I mean, but that's like just what me blacking out, I guess, so.
Do you remember, so you said the last drink that you had was 8 o'clock last night.
Somewhere around there.
What was before that?
What do you mean?
Like what happened before you,
We were just drinking,
so you were just hanging out?
drinking, talking, playing cards,
Okay.
eating, the garbage.
Sorry, that was the card game, not what you were eating?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the card, yeah, it was the card game, not what we were eating.
Okay. What were you eating?
A variety of things, chicken Alfredo, chips, a burrito. I'm not even sure what else. McDonald's.
Did you guys go get the McDonald's? You had it delivered?
We went and got it that afternoon. And then she doesn't really eat much, so she kept reheating hers and eating it throughout the night.
Chicken Alfredo, burrito, chips. It's pretty eclectic. Is that just all whatever you had on hand? What's garbage?
I'll pause it there for a moment. For the record, at 10:14 a.m. and 14 seconds, you just asked the defendant, what's garbage? Why are you asking him that?
Well, it's a card game that I'd not heard of. So I thought that it would be a decent opportunity to get another assessment on his cognitive ability to understand what's going on in the conversation and communicate with me effectively.
And I know we haven't heard his explanation about what garbage was, but was he able to do that satisfactorily to you?
Yes.
Were you able to understand how to play the game after his explanation?
I was able to get enough of a grasp to at least start playing the game and then further explanations throughout that.
Okay, continuing on.
Card game where you have 10 cards face down, each view, and then you have the deck in the middle, one card face up, and then you can either pick that card if it goes within your 10, or you can draw the next card. The first person that filters up loses a card, so then they go down to 9, and then it just goes down until the first person that hits 0 wins.
Where are you playing that at?
The kitchen table.
Okay, so you were playing garbage at kitchen table. Why don't you walk me through what you remember from there?
We were playing garbage, she started playing music. We were going song for song, and then she kind of just started losing it. She was having kind of like an emotional breakdown. I don't really know what was going on. I know she suffers from BPD and then depression and anxiety, just like I do. But she just started breaking down. I was trying to console her and be there for her, and then we ended up going to the bedroom. Then we went outside for a cigarette, came back inside. She started talking about her sister, because I brought up something about her sister because of the blanket that she had given her, what was written on it.
What was written on it?
Something just about like being really tied together, but I know that they, you know, she shares a lot of like, animosity towards her sister, so like I was asking her about that. And then we were sitting there talking, and then we both kind of laid down, and then she started freaking out again, and she went into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, came into the bedroom. I don't know what she was doing with it at first, and she was just kind of freaking out. I tried to take it from her, and then she ran out of the living room, and I tried to take it from her again. She slashed me across the stomach, and I took it from her, and I pushed her against the wall, and she fell on the floor. And I don't know how much of this next part is true or false, but I remember grabbing the baseball bat and hitting her with it, and then stabbing her.
So she went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife. Was it like a kitchen knife?
And it was, I wouldn't necessarily call it a hunting knife. I don't know, it's just like a.
So it's not like a kitchen, like not a chef's knife, it's also not. It's just a fixed blade knife or something.
Yeah.
Do you know where it was?
It should have been on the towel drying off because we only have that knife and my pocket knife. We don't have any kitchen knives.
Okay. So it's used kind of as a kitchen knife. I gotcha. So she went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, then she came back to the bedroom,
Yeah.
and then you tried to take the knife.
Yeah, and then she pulled it away from me, went off into the living room. I went to take it from her again. She slashed me across the stomach. I pushed her against the wall. She fell to the floor. I went and grabbed my baseball bat. From what I remember, I thought it was a dream. I was hoping it was a fucking dream. And ended up hitting her with it, and then I stabbed her. I don't know how many times.
What did you stab her with?
The same knife she cut me with.
So you pushed her against the wall, and then you went and got the bat.
I think I'm missing some scenes in between those because I know I was blacking out at the same time, but those are the events, some of the events that I remember. That's all I remember, but I'm almost positive I'm missing some in between shit here.
Sure. Well, that's why I'm asking these questions, is just to try and help jog your memory a bit here. So you went and grabbed the baseball bat. Where was that at?
In the bedroom against the wall. We usually keep it there in case somebody tries to break it.
Sure. So which wall would it be? Is it like by your door or like by the bed?
Should have been by, like if you're looking at the sliding glass doors and TV's on the right side, it should have been on the left side.
Is there like a normal side that you each sleep on in the bed?
Usually, like if you're looking at the bed from the TV, I usually sleep on the right side and she sleeps on the left side.
You pushed her against the wall, then you went and grabbed the baseball bat. You said you hit her
Do you know where you hit her at? The head, I'm pretty sure. Do you know how many times? I couldn't tell you. I wish it never happened. I wish I could take all this back and just, but I can't, obviously, because it's been done. So white print baseball bat hit her in the head, and then you said you stabbed her with the same knife? Correct. Do you know where? I want to say the throat, but I'm not exactly sure. I'm almost positive it was the throat. After you stabbed her, what'd you do? All I know is I think I was debating about just going and laying down or grabbing my keys and leaving, so I must have grabbed my keys and left, and that's the last thing I remember before waking up in the hospital. Good. It's my chest really fucking hurts, so like when I try to cough, I can't really cough. So you guys went out for a cigarette, started talking about her sister. Then you guys laid down. Then she started kind of freaking out about something. You said she started having another breakdown. Yeah, we were going back and forth talking about her sister and then my family. Sure. And I'm pretty sure we both fell asleep and we must have both woke up and I don't know, she started freaking out. Yeah, she was agitated. She was going off about something, went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, came back to the bedroom. Didn't know what she was doing with it. Did she say anything? What did you ask? I mean, she had been talking about killing herself like all day, and like we both do. I'm not gonna lie, we both talk about killing ourselves pretty consistently. And so I just kind of assumed that that's what she was gonna do with it. So I went to go grab it from her. She pulled away, ran off into the living room. I tried to grab it from her again. Ended up pushing her against the wall. She fell to the ground. I went and grabbed the baseball bat, came back, hit her in the head with it, grabbed the knife, stabbed her with it, and then I must have left after that. Okay. So you said you pushed her against the wall, she fell down. Do you think she was unconscious, or? I believe so, or at least semi. Because you said you took the knife from her. Was there resistance, or? It was just on the ground at that point, because I ended up just shoving her against the wall, so she must have been unconscious. Or she just kind of gave up and went just, yeah, she must have been unconscious. Okay. So you said you debated laying down or grabbing the keys and then leaving, and then you remember waking up in the hospital. Do you remember anything in between that time? No.
Which wall did you push her against?
It should have been the wall with the door on it. And the front room.
Like the front door?
Yeah. When you guys laid down to go to sleep, or were talking or whatever, laying down in the bedroom, were you guys wearing your clothes? I believe I was. I believe we both were. She might not have had bottoms on, but I'm pretty sure maybe I didn't have a shirt on. I usually don't go to sleep with a shirt on, but I know when I'm drunk that I'll go to bed with whatever. Yeah. Do you know about her, what she was wearing? I'm guessing a shirt. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what happened from the time that we went to bed to the time that I hit her with the baseball bat.
Let the record reflect, I paused the video at timestamp 10:26 and 34 seconds AM. Just rolling, was it significant to you when the defendant told you that he kind of made that stuff up in between?
Yes.
And what was your thought process after he made that statement to you?
It made sense, because so far the version of events that he had provided wasn't matching up with the physical evidence seen on scene.
Okay, and without speculating, because you weren't there, what portions of the interview up to this point didn't match up with the physical evidence that you observed on scene?
The struggle by the front door that he was referencing, the evidence on scene didn't support that.
And why not?
Because it appears that the struggle began somewhere else, and the blood on scene shows that the struggle happened throughout the apartment in multiple locations, and in the version that he provided, theoretically, if what he said was true, the blood would be concentrated right in that area because the stab didn't happen until then.
Okay, and as a investigation strategy or interview strategy, what's your thought process as far as where you're going to go from this point?
Basically, I'm going to start over.
Okay.
Mr. Larson, I apologize for the interruption, but would this be a good time for the jury's morning break?
Would, Your Honor.
All right. At this time, we will be in adjournment for approximately 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I would remind you of your admonition. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves, and please continue to keep an open and attentive mind. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
would be my only assumption, is that she wasn't wearing bottoms.
Like completely naked or
Yeah,
just
completely
underwear?
naked from the bottom down.
Okay.
But then again, I know we're drunk, and so like we'll both go to bed and basically like,
Right.
you know, we have problems, but like, wasn't this serious?
What do you mean by problems?
She was just, and she always kind of made it seem like I wasn't a part of this relationship. And she had said earlier that day that it's a one-sided relationship. And she always talks shit and, you know, makes me feel like shit. But I loved her, you know, so, and I just was trying to work on things with her.
Right.
That's the only thing I could think of is why, like, something happened. It's like, maybe she said something, I don't know, I have no idea, because all I remember is waking up and I was hitting her with a bat in the living room. I don't remember anything before that, other than laying down. Because I know if I was actually lucid and knew what I was doing, that would have never happened, so I don't know what the fuck happened. I wish I did. I wish I could tell you.
So, I want you to, if you don't mind, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it, okay? But I'd like to try and walk you through it with your eyes closed. See if you, sometimes that helps people jog their memory a little bit, okay? So, you went to lay down, you remember falling asleep.
I don't remember falling asleep. The last thing I remember is laying down in bed.
Okay, you laid down in bed, you guys were
I
talking.
think we were still talking.
Okay. Do you remember what was on TV?
I don't think the TV was on.
Okay.
It would have been American Pickers if it was on, but it wasn't on because we were talking.
So you guys kind of drifted off to sleep, and then the next thing...
I don't know if we drifted off to sleep. The last thing I remember, I'm pretty sure the last thing I remember is talking to her. Like, I was laying down, she was laying down, but...
Do you remember what you wore yesterday?
I don't know if she changed out of it, but I know at one point she was wearing a pink tank top.
Okay.
And like black and gray pants, but I know like when we had gone to bed, because she wasn't wearing any pants and we had went out to have a cigarette, I gave her a pair of my black thermals. I don't know if she was still wearing that when she went to bed or not. And I don't know what she was wearing on top, if she was still wearing that tank top or not.
Okay. So the next thing you remember is hitting her with a bat.
We came inside and we were talking. We laid down, we were still talking. And the next thing I remember is hitting her with a baseball bat.
When you hit her, was she facing you? Was she facing away?
I think she was facing away.
Where was she at? Was she standing, kneeling, laying down?
I think she was trying to go for the door.
Okay. So do you think, was she like
standing or? No, she was on the ground, like either crawling or kneeling.
So you said that the next thing you remember is hitting her in the back. Are you left-handed or right-handed? Or you're right-handed? Okay. So, do you know how, like, do you remember how you were swinging it? Because, like,
I think it was just like a chopping motion.
okay, so like straight up and down. Okay. In remembering that, does that jog how many times you think you probably swung?
Maybe 6. I couldn't put an actual number on it.
Sure. Okay. So you remember swinging like straight up and down. Then from there, you said that's when you stabbed her. Do you remember where the knife came from now? Okay. So you just remember stabbing her, you think, at the throat?
Yeah.
Do you remember where at, you think?
By the door.
Right. But where at on her?
Like somewhere over here.
Okay. Okay. Was that just once or?
2 to 3 times. I also remember being a lot of blood in the kitchen. I don't know what happened there, where that came from. I just know there was blood in the kitchen and kind of in the back of the couch area.
Okay.
Like I said, no. The only thing I remember is hitting her with a baseball bat when she was on the other side of the couch by the door, or somewhere in that area by the door, within 5 feet or so.
Sure. Okay. So you stabbed her like 2 or 3 times around here. What do you remember after that?
Debating on if I was gonna lay down, and then was like, no, and the cops are gonna get me, and so I guess I must have decided to leave, and that's all I remember is basically deciding to leave. I don't even remember grabbing my keys.
In thinking about whether you were going to lay down or whether you were going to leave, do you remember where you wanted to go?
No.
Just getting out of there?
Yeah, just leaving.
I'm going to go see if I can line up a Coke for you. I don't know what they have at the vending machine here.
Just any sort of soda, because,
So that was the end of the first clip. For the record, ends at 10:38:24. Moving on to the second clip from that same interview. Which starts at 10:38 and 39 seconds.
the fuck did I do? I fucking loved her. Drinking has ruined my entire life. Why would I've ever fucking killed her? piece of shit now. I just want you to know what happened. I got Pepsi products. So I can do Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Diet Pepsi. Oh, Pepsi. I really fucking deserve it. I don't deserve to fucking live it. Should have been me down there. I wish I could remember what the fuck happened. Why did it happen? Obviously because of the alcohol. But why? Like literally why? We drank I don't know how many times before and I've never done this. Why now? Why would I do this? I was really hoping this was just a fucking dream, dude. I'm really just hoping to fucking wake up at any point. I know it's not gonna fucking happen, but drinking worth it now, dumbass.
I'm gonna pause it for a moment. For the record, it's at 10:48 and 2 seconds. You've been out of the room for a little bit of time, Deputy Rolling. Is there an investigative reason why you do that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Generally, it's to discuss with my partner kind of where we think the interview is going and where we need to take it next.
Okay, thank you.
Should've just let her leave the night before. Instead of trying to work on the relationship. fucking any other fucking choice other than this would have been a good choice. I remember making this choice. I remember making the choice to drink. At no point do I remember making the choice to fucking kill somebody. What the fuck? the fuck, dude? How? Why? What the fuck? How you feeling? Other than shitty. I just don't know how this happened. Have you remembered this happened? Yeah. Have you remembered anything else while you've been sitting here? I wish I could. I don't know what the fuck happened, why it happened.
That was the end of clip 2, which for the record ends at 11:03 and 8 seconds. Moving on to the third clip, which starts at 11:04 and 17 seconds.
Do you know where Taylor's phone is at?
Should have been right next to the bed on her side.
Do you have any idea what her passcode or PIN is? Or
She
anything?
has no pen.
No PIN. Do you know if anybody does she have anybody local here, family wise?
Grandma.
Grandma?
I need to plug my computer in around, it's getting low on battery, I apologize.
We're resuming the video at 11:04 and 44 seconds.
Her address is in my phone somewhere up on Central Park.
What's her name?
I don't know.
Okay. Obviously, we have to make notification to somebody, so,
What about her sister? You said
She lives in Florida.
his mom.
Her mom's in Florida. They come back during the summer. They go to Florida during the winter and come back to Iowa during the summer.
gotcha. Where do they normally stay when they're up here?
Some in trailer park over in Illinois, or Coal Valley, I can even tell you where.
Okay.
I've only been there once, I don't know the address.
Okay.
Does she have any other siblings besides the sister?
She has a brother, Jake, I think. I have no idea where he lives. I don't even know if he's local or where he lives.
Okay. So, in listening to your kind
my story, it sounds like you're trying to put this together just as much as you are, or we are. Why don't you tell me a little bit about yours and Taylor's relationship? When did you guys start dating?
When we were in rehab, basically.
Was that here locally, like at
Country
Country?
Oaks.
Is that where you guys met?
We're both alcoholics.
When was that? Just ballpark.
Maybe 8 months ago.
What do you guys like to do together?
And we just chilled and watched TV and drank. Whatever is on. We only have like the scannable channels.
So, I don't know you outside of the conversation that we've had today, right? I can't pretend to know what you're going through right now. I'm sure that this is absolute hell. I don't think that you're a bad person. I think that you're trying to figure out what happened as well. So I'm gonna go back and kind of hit on some other things that we'd already talked about. And it's not because I don't believe you or I'm trying to trip you up or anything. I'm just trying to help you remember because you're having a hard time, right?
I just know I blacked out in that spot and I don't know what the fuck happened. I let up to me in here. And Kim, fuck.
So you said that there was blood and stuff in the kitchen and in the hallway and you didn't know where that came from. When did you see that?
I think after I killed her, because I remember like walking, I don't know what I was doing. I was also out of it at the same time, and I was walking over by the kitchen and I saw all the blood on the floor. There was a bunch of blood on the floor, on the tile, or whatever it was in the kitchen, and I'm pretty sure there was some in the car. I'm assuming there was some in the car, but all I remember is the blood in the kitchen.
Is there any reason that there would be any blood on anything else other than a knife?
In the baseball thing.
A knife in the baseball bat.
Other than that, I have no idea. I have no reason to believe there would be, but I couldn't tell you because I have no idea.
How about a screwdriver?
I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but I couldn't tell you because I honestly don't remember anything about a screwdriver.
she was like crawling towards the door?
I believe so, yeah.
Why do you think she was crawling towards the door?
Probably trying to leave or get out or something, I don't know.
Why do you think she was trying to do that?
I'm assuming because of whatever preceded that, but I couldn't even come to tell you what preceded that. The first thing I remember after talking in the bed is her in the living room and me with a baseball bat.
You remember, and you already said you don't remember what she was wearing.
I don't even know what I was wearing.
I know,
Go ahead.
I know you mentioned before that, you went to the room to get the bat, and then you.
I must have gone, that's where we usually keep the bat, but coming back to think about it, I know the bat wasn't on the left side of the room, because that is where we usually keep it, and I know it wasn't on the right side of the room. It wasn't behind the door, it wasn't behind her side of the room, so I'm not even sure where the fuck the bat came from at this point.
Can you describe the bat to me?
It's a, like, orange, I can't remember what the make of it is. It's an orange bat, or orange aluminum, I'm assuming bat.
Do you remember Taylor screaming or yelling or anything like that?
Yes.
She did. Did she say anything?
Not that I know.
It was just
Screams.
just screams.
At what point was that, like when she was
Going towards the
going towards the door?
When did she stop screaming?
When I stopped swinging the bat.
And do you remember, did you have to go get the knife from someplace, or?
I just remember having the knife and stabbing her. I don't know where I got it from. The only thing I know is that the knife, the last place I knew where it was before all of this was in the kitchen, drying next to the sink.
You said she stopped screaming when you stopped swinging the bat. And then after that, you stabbed her. If she stopped screaming, why did you stab her after that?
I can't speak to what the fuck was going through my fucked up head at that point. I think maybe because she was still moving and I had already done as much damage as I had already done and might as well put her out of her misery, but I can't even say that that's the reason.
When's the last time you two had sex?
That afternoon.
Do you have an idea of what time?
2, 3 o'clock. No. 12:30, somewhere in there, because we were watching the news. It would have been the
went to McDonald's?
We went to McDonald's, I wanna say we went to McDonald's around 11.
So after you went to McDonald's?
Yeah.
It was at McDonald's or Eldridge?
Yeah.
Um,
Did you guys go anywhere after that? Or stop any place on the way back? Or
I think that would have been our last stop on the way back to the apartment.
Where'd you go before McDonald's?
Casey's,
On the way out of town or in Eldridge?
right next to that McDonald's. We were at Casey's, Hy-Vee, and the dollar store, all in Eldridge.
oh, that's where you all went.
Yeah. And then before that, we had donated plasma. Well, I had tried, my blood pressure was too high, but she ended up donating.
So, I guess what order, so CSL down here?
And down for you.
So you did CSL plasma and then,
Dollar General, and then Hy-Vee, and then Casey's, and McDonald's, and then the apartment. And we were at the apartment the rest of the night.
do you remember about what time you guys got to CSL?
8:30 maybe, 8:30, somewhere around there, I wanna say.
You know what time you left? Or what time you just in general?
Oh, no, so we went to Aldi after the CSL, that's what.
The one on Brady here?
Yeah. That was in between the dollar store and CSL.
You guys drive that silver car. You talked about that.
Geez, maybe it was like maybe 10 o'clock, around when you left CSL plasma.
Most likely.
Do you know what time you guys started drinking?
I think like 11.
When did you got back?
As we got back to the house after we ate McDonald's, I mean, we chilled for like 10, 15 minutes and started drinking.
just double checking some things. So you think he went out for to have cigarettes around 8,
I believe so.
give or take?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea about what time the argument took place or whatever may have happened prior to that?
Oh, prior to that?
Like, in between, I know you said there's that gap, you know, like you said, you remember waking up and then you remember striking her at the front door, but obviously there's some stuff that happened in between there. You
I have
have,
no idea. I honestly
I
couldn't
don't know if there's something on TV that may have.
We didn't have the TV on, we were talking.
Okay.
I know American Pictures was on, but that was on, that's an all-day thing. So
Right.
I don't know what time that would.
Okay.
We watched that for maybe 10 minutes and then turned it off and started talking.
Obviously, you came to this assumption, obviously, that you didn't say that you chose to leave. Do you know if you called anyone in between there to tell anyone anything, or?
Not even. I don't believe so, but I couldn't tell you one way or another if I did or if I didn't.
Do you remember anything about the accident?
No. I just remember waking up in the hospital.
When you went to the car, do you remember which door you left out of? Like when you left the...
I don't know. I don't even remember grabbing my keys to leave.
Is there a specific spot that you normally park your car?
Out back, I probably went out the sliding glass door, honestly. That would be my assumption.
Is that the door you normally go out to leave? To get to that back lot?
Yeah. That's where I usually park my car.
So, I want to believe everything that you've said. There's just still a couple of things that aren't really lining up.
Okay. And for it, they don't mind asking.
So there's multiple staff names that are not just the thing.
Okay.
And there's a screwdriver next to the sink in the kitchen.
I mean, one would come to believe that they'd be the screwdriver. I can't say that they're not. Like I said, I don't have any recollection of that time from being in bed to hitting her with the baseball bat and stabbing her. I wish I did. I would tell you if I did. I just don't know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew what the fuck led up to this, how this fucking happened, why this fucking happened. I'm sorry, I can't give you all the details.
And then her tank top is all bloody and stuff, but not on her. And she's completely naked by the front door.
I have no idea why that would be. I have no recollection of whatever would have happened or took place there.
So, just going by what we saw, it would stand to reason that she was stabbed before she got to the door because she was already bleeding, which would be the blood in the kitchen and behind the couch. You have no recollection on how you got your cut on your side?
No idea. I could have accidentally stabbed myself for all I know. I thought it came from the car, honestly.
All right, that concludes Exhibit 45, which is at 11:26:39.
Mr. Larson, would this be appropriate for us to break for lunch then?
It would.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. This would be an appropriate time to break for lunch, Mr. Larson.
It would, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for our lunch hour. I would remind you of your admonition. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, and please continue to keep an open and attentive mind. I'd ask that you once again return back to the courthouse at 1:20. We'll try to start as close as we can to 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.